When Lewis and Clark staggered back to St. Louis in 1806, their journals blazed with sketches of strange beasts and rivers no map had dared trace. They had carved more than 3,700 miles through the raw continent and named hundreds of wonders, yet entire horizons still slipped between their ink and paper. Two centuries later, crowds flood the famous viewpoints they celebrated. While thunder-quiet canyons, mist-cloaked valleys and prairies, bright with undiscovered blooms, lie almost forgotten. Among them is Arizona's Courthouse Butte, where layered red stone reveals the work of natural forces that began long before humans arrived. In Colorado, Bridal Veil Falls near Telluride has thundered for centuries, a towering ribbon of water that once powered early mining settlements. Further west, Utah's Bryce Canyon, formed over millions of years, reveals rock formations shaped by the slow, constant work of erosion. Join us as we uncover some of America's most overlooked natural wonders, places beyond the familiar that challenge what we think we know about the land and its history. Goblin Valley State Park is known for its unusual rock formations that resemble small, squat figures, often compared to goblins. In the early 20th century, cowboys exploring the region reported the strange formations, but the area remained largely unknown until a few decades later when it was officially documented. The valley became a protected park in 1964, preserving its unique geological landscape. In 1999, scenes from Galaxy Quest were filmed in the park, using the terrain to depict an alien world. The rock formations in Goblin Valley are classified as hoodoos, which are tall, thin spires of rock with a larger capstone on top. The formations range in height from a few inches to over 20 feet and are scattered throughout the valley. Hoodoos form when harder rock sits above softer sandstone, allowing the pillars to maintain their shape for thousands of years. Without the capstones, the softer rock would erode much faster, eventually reducing the hoodoos to small mounds. Located on the border between the state of New York and the Canadian province of Ontario is the iconic Niagara Falls. The waterfall split between two countries. On the New York side, it is defined by the powerful American Falls and the smaller Bridal Veil Falls, two mighty cascades separated by Luna Island. The name Niagara originates from the indigenous word Ongwia'ahra, referring to the strait connecting Lake Erie to Lake Ontario. In the 19th century, famous engineers Nikola Tesla and George Westinghouse used the power of the falls to create one of the first major hydroelectric plants. This key innovation transformed the region into an early centre of electricity production, with the force of the falls still helping generate power today. Another notable event happened in the 1960s, during which engineers temporarily stopped the flow of the American Falls to study erosion and rock stability, allowing tourists to walk across the dry riverbed. Grand Canyon National Park covers over 4,900 square kilometres, with the canyon stretching for 446 kilometres in length. The canyon walls reveal horizontal rock strata, each layer representing different geological periods. The oldest rocks found at the bottom are Vishnu schist, estimated to be 1.7 to 2 billion years old. Above these layers are younger formations that were deposited by ancient seas, rivers, and wind-blown sand dunes. Due to the difference in elevation, the canyon creates localized weather patterns, with sudden storms, snow at the rim, and sunshine at the bottom, all occurring on the same day. Interestingly, Spanish explorers first reached the canyon in the 16th century, but dismissed it as an impassable wasteland. The North Rim sits at an elevation of 2,438 metres, and its increased elevation results in cooler temperatures, heavier snowfall, and denser forests. Winter snowfall averages 3 to 4 metres per year, causing the seasonal closure of roads and facilities from mid-October to mid-May. Due to its remote location, the North Rim receives only 10% of the park's total visitors, making it much less crowded than its southern counterpart. Roads leading to the area are limited, with the nearest major highway being over 70 kilometres away. However, this helps it offer a quieter and more secluded experience for visitors who would like to soak in the stunning vistas. The South Rim is the most accessible and visited section of Grand Canyon National Park. The rim is made of Kaibab limestone, a rock layer deposited by an ancient sea around 270 million years ago. Temperatures at the South Rim remain cooler than the inner canyon, with winter snowfall accumulating between 1 to 2 metres per year. The Shiprock Formation is a volcanic neck the hardened core of an ancient volcano, left standing after softer surrounding rock eroded away. The original volcano erupted roughly 30 million years ago, leaving behind fractured volcanic breccia and radiating rock dikes. The formation holds deep significance for the Navajo people, linked to stories of a great bird that brought their ancestors to the region. Out of respect for its cultural importance, climbing shiprock has been prohibited since 1970. In the 1800s, the site became a navigational marker for settlers and traders moving along the old Spanish Trail. While its Navajo name means the rock with wings, its English name derives from its resemblance to the tall, narrow clipper ships of that era. Cove Arch is a natural freestanding arch located near the base of Shiprock's southern slope. It is part of the same volcanic system as Shiprock, created after the original volcanic activity subsided. The site is also referenced in traditional stories, where it is said to have served as a shelter or gathering point. In the late 19th century, settlers documented the arch while surveying the area for mineral resources, though its remote location limited extensive exploration. Known as the Grand Canyon of the Pacific, Waimea Canyon State Park centers around a large gorge formed through volcanic activity and erosion by the Waimea River. When the main volcano in the area collapsed, it left a depression that water carved deeper over time. The landscape shows exposed layers of lava rock, each marking different eruptions. Its name, meaning reddish water in Hawaiian, reflects the colour of the Waimea River, which flows through the canyon and carries iron-rich soil. The area was home to ancient Hawaiian settlements, with remnants like stone walls still visible today. The canyon's bright red and green hues, scenic cliffs and waterfalls make it a must-visit destination for nature enthusiasts. Located within Waimea Canyon, Waipu Falls is an 800-foot waterfall that cascades in two main drops. Hikers often aim for the trail that leads to the top of the falls, where native plant life still survives despite environmental changes. The trail itself is about 3.6 miles round trip and offers scenic views of the canyon, along with access to smaller waterfalls and pools near the top. Some parts of the trail cut through terrain that shifts during heavy rains, which has led to occasional temporary closures for safety. The Wailua River is located on the eastern side of the island and is the only navigable river in Hawaii. It flows from Mount Waialaeal, one of the rainiest spots on Earth, and winds through areas that have long been used for agriculture. It is lined with ancient stone walls, old sacred sites, and temples such as Heiau that are believed to have been used for ceremonies and gatherings. The river is also home to the Fern Grotto, a natural lava rock formation adorned with ferns, accessible by boat. North of Waimea Canyon lies Koki State Park, covering over 4,300 acres. It has cooler temperatures and is covered in forests filled with native trees. The park features several trails that go through mist-covered ridges and out to overlooks with views of the ocean and the cliffs. The area is also a haven for birdwatchers seeking native species, including some that live only in high-elevation forests. Badlands National Park is significantly filled with sharply eroded buttes, pinnacles and spires composed of sedimentary layers such as shale, sandstone and volcanic ash. The park also has extensive fossil beds which have yielded remains of ancient mammals like the saber-toothed cat and the three-toed horse. These fossils date back to the Oligocene epoch, around 23 to 35 million years ago. The area was once inhabited by the Lakota people, who referred to it as Makosika, meaning land bad. During World War II, the US Army Air Force used the park's remote areas for bombing practice, with evidence of this activity still being found in craters and debris. It is also home to one of the largest mixed grass prairies in the region, supporting species like wild bighorn sheep. The Adirondack Mountains form a massive expanse of peaks, forests and waterways. Unlike a national park, the Adirondack Park contains both public and private land. Historically, the area was initially avoided by early settlers who saw it as too remote and wild, though it eventually became a place where loggers, miners and trappers made a living. In the late 1800s, the region became a refuge for those seeking clean air, believed to cure ailments like tuberculosis. Later in the 20th century, ice harvesters would cut blocks from frozen lakes, shipping them to cities for refrigeration. Eventually, the mountains were recognised as a protected region, with laws established to preserve the land from overdevelopment and remain forever wild. Beyond the mountains is the Ausable Chasm, dubbed the Grand Canyon of the Adirondacks, as it features steep sandstone walls carved by glacial meltwater. Formed by Ice Age floods and continues to be shaped by water, it is one of the oldest natural attractions with organised tours. Guided tours began in 1870, with visitors rappelling into the gorge or floating through its rapids on wooden rafts. However, glacial potholes, caves, and rushing waterfalls make the area unpredictable, as parts of the chasm can fill quickly after heavy rain and become dangerous. Rocky Mountain National Park is a landscape defined by more than 70 towering mountain peaks that dominate its skyline. These rugged summits were formed through a combination of tectonic uplift and glaciation, creating steep ridges and sharp spires that hold traces of former glaciers. Due to the uniqueness of their origins, the mountain peaks vary widely in shape and character. While some are characterised by massive granite faces that are evidence of erosion, revealing the core of ancient mountain-building events, others feature pronounced ridgelines carved by ice over thousands of years. Vermilion Cliffs National Monument is a vast remote area renowned for its dramatic red rock formations and slot canyons. The National Monument is also known for its role in wildlife conservation, as the area is part of a programme to reintroduce one of the world's most endangered birds back into the wild. Rising dramatically along the Arizona-Utah border The Vermilion Cliffs are a striking geological formation characterized by their steep, red-hued sandstone cliffs. Iconic for their vibrant red and orange colours, they rise up to 900 metres above the surrounding landscape. The Vermilion Cliffs are composed primarily of Navajo sandstone, which dates back to the Jurassic period, around 190 million years ago. Another notable feature within the monument is the White Pocket, a small, isolated area known for its intricate and colourful rock patterns. The White Pocket's swirling, cross-bedded sandstone formations are the result of ancient sand dunes that were compacted. The area's white, red and pink hues create a visually striking contrast with the surrounding landscape. Visitors to the White Pocket must obtain permits, as the area is managed to minimise human impact and protect its fragile ecosystems. Bridal Veil Falls is the tallest free-falling waterfall in the state, as it plunges down a cliff face in the San Juan Mountains. It is powered by the San Miguel River, which flows from high alpine basins above the town of Telluride. At the top of the falls sits the historic Smuggler Union hydroelectric power plant. Built in 1907, it once supplied electricity to nearby mining operations and remains an example of early engineering in remote mountain environments. Today, the plant has been restored and continues to generate electricity. The falls have also been notably featured in films and television productions, such as the 1979 film Mountain Family Robinson and the 1975 television movie The Adventures of the Wilderness Family, where the falls provided a dramatic backdrop for the characters' wilderness adventures. Bryce Canyon National Park covers 56 square miles and is known for its unique rock formations, high elevation plateaus, and red rock spires. Despite its name, Bryce Canyon is not a canyon, but a series of natural amphitheatres formed along the eastern edge of the Paunsurgant Plateau. Designated as a national park in 1928, the park's elevation ranges from 6,600 to 9,100 feet, making it one of the highest national parks in the region. the area experiences over 200 freeze-thaw cycles per year, which cause water to seep into cracks, freeze and expand, gradually breaking apart the rock and shaping the landscape. Early indigenous groups, including the Paiute people, lived in the area and passed down oral histories describing the strange rock formations as legend people, turned to stone by the trickster god Coyote. European settlers arrived in the mid-19th century, and the park was named after Ebenezer Bryce, a homesteader who built a road into the canyon for logging. The park is notably home to thousands of hoodoos, with specific areas named according to their physical traits, such as the cathedral, which is a cluster of towering hoodoos that resemble the spires of a Gothic church. Then there is the iconic Bryce Amphitheatre, the largest and most well-known amphitheatre in the park, stretching 12 miles wide and 800 feet deep. It contains the highest concentration of hoodoos in Bryce Canyon and changes colour throughout the day, with orange, red and white hues. Another one of the most recognisable hoodoos in the park is Thor's Hammer, which consists of a large, blocky caprock balanced on a thin rock pedestal. The capstone is made of a harder rock layer, while the lower portion erodes faster, creating a distinctive hammer shape. Big Bend National Park spans a massive area, which includes desert, mountains and river environments. The name Big Bend comes from the sharp curve in the Rio Grande, where the river takes a dramatic bend as it flows through the area. The park was established in the mid-1900s, but the area has a long history of human activity, with remnants of early Native American civilizations, such as the Jornada Mogollon and later Apache groups. It is home to landmarks such as the Rio Grande and the northern portion of the Chihuahuan Desert. In the park, Santa Elena Canyon is carved by the Rio Grande as it flows through towering limestone walls that soar over 1,500 feet above the river. This natural landmark spans 7 miles along the border, separating the Texas side from the Mexican side. Its name reflects its location near Terlingua Creek, which leads into the canyon's entrance. The canyon posed significant challenges to early explorers, such as in 1747, New Spain governor Pedro de Rábago y Terán attempted to navigate the Rio Grande, but had to detour around the canyon due to its impassable terrain. Another time in 1852, a surveying party had to assess whether they could survive a trip through the canyon, but ultimately decided to bypass it. The Chihuahuan Desert covers much of Big Bend National Park and is one of North America's largest deserts. Despite the dry, harsh conditions, the desert is home to a wide variety of life and a range of animal species. In fact, the flora and fauna of the Chihuahuan Desert are particularly adapted to extreme conditions, with many plants and animals having evolved special traits for water conservation and temperature regulation. The desert landscape is also marked by distinct landforms, such as mesas and dry riverbeds, that create vivid contrasts between the sparse foliage and the rugged terrain. Balanced rock is a unique geological formation located in the Grapevine Hills area of Big Bend National Park. It features a massive boulder, delicately balanced atop two smaller rocks. Toadstool Geologic Park, located in the Oglala National Grassland near Crawford, is known for its unusual rock formations and significant fossil deposits. The park's name comes from the mushroom-like appearance of its sandstone formations perched on clay pedestals. These structures were shaped by wind and water erosion, with the softer clay eroding more quickly than the harder sandstone caps. The area is a key site for studying the Eocene and Oligocene epochs, as it contains fossils and geological layers used as reference points for similar aged deposits across North America. Snoqualmie Falls is a well-known waterfall in the Pacific Northwest, recognised for its height, cultural importance, and role in hydroelectric power generation. The falls are central to the traditions of its namesake, the Snoqualmie tribe, who consider it a sacred place of creation and renewal. Tribal stories describe the falls as the birthplace of the first Snoqualmie people, and its mist is said to carry prayers to the spirit world. In the late 19th century, the falls became a source of hydroelectric power, one of the first in the region. A plant was built at the base, and it still operates today making it one of the oldest continuously running hydroelectric facilities. Over the years, the falls have also been featured in popular culture, most famously appearing in the television series Twin Peaks. Dixville Notch State Park is defined by its steep mountain pass, remote setting, and long-running political tradition. The park became known across the region for being one of the first places to report election results. A hotel near the Notch hosted midnight voting sessions with a handful of registered voters casting ballots as soon as polls opened. Media outlets began showing up regularly to report the results live, turning this small group of people into unofficial election starters. While symbolic, the votes became something of a tradition, with candidates even visiting in person just to shake hands. The terrain of Dixville Notch is known for narrow cliffs and sudden drops, causing hikers and travellers to sometimes get stuck trying to cross the pass during harsh weather before the park was officially established. Nearby is Lake Gloriette, a small but impressive lake that sits right at the base of the Notch Cliffs. It was originally created as part of a resort project designed to attract visitors seeking cooler summers and mountain air. In colder months, it freezes over completely, and in the early days of ice harvesting, blocks were cut from it and sold to towns further south. The Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary is one of the largest marine protected areas in the world, located along California's coast. Established in 1992, the sanctuary is known for its abundance of marine life, unique ecosystems, and significant ecological and scientific value. The sanctuary encompasses a variety of habitats, including rocky shores, sandy beaches, kelp forests, and deep underwater canyons. Efforts to protect the sanctuary include regulating fishing, reducing pollution, and managing human activities to minimize their impact on marine life. The sanctuary's management plan aims to balance conservation with recreational and commercial use, ensuring the long-term health of the marine environment. Bird Rock is a small, rocky island located within the sanctuary. It is an important site for seabirds, providing nesting and roosting grounds for species such as cormorants, pelicans, and gulls. The rock is covered in guano, which supports plants and invertebrates adapted to the nutrient-rich environment. It is also a popular spot for marine mammals, including seals and sea lions, which use the surrounding waters for feeding and resting. Located west of the Mississippi River is Flathead Lake, one of the largest freshwater lakes in the region. Glacial forces shaped the lake, carving its deep basin and leaving behind scattered rock formations. It is also deeper than many other lakes in the region, with a unique system that helps maintain its clarity. The combination of freshwater inflows and low human impact in certain areas keeps sediment levels down, making it possible to see far beneath the surface. The name comes from the Flathead people, a Native American group consisting of the Bitterroot Salish, Kootenai, and Pend-d'Oreilles tribes, who have deep historical ties to the area. The term itself is an English adaptation based on their tradition of compressing their heads by artificial means, as the group does not traditionally call themselves that. Chiricahua National Monument in southeastern Arizona is recognized for its extraordinary rock formations, including towering pinnacles, spires, and balancing rocks. These features, often referred to as the Wonderland of Rocks, were formed by the eruption of the Turkey Creek caldera, which deposited layers of ash and pumice that fused into rhyolitic tuff. The monument is also part of a unique ecological region called a sky island, where different ecosystems converge due to the mountain's isolation and elevation. Historically, the rugged terrain of these mountains provided natural fortifications during the Chiricahua Apaches' conflicts with Spanish, Mexican, and US forces. In 1980, Park Ranger Paul Fugate mysteriously vanished while on duty. Despite extensive searches, no trace of him was ever found, and a missing poster with a reward for information is still up on the bulletin board in the area. Kootenai Falls is known for its powerful cascades and status as one of the largest undammed waterfalls in its region. The name derives from the indigenous Kootenai people, who consider the falls a sacred site for ceremonies and vision quests. Meanwhile, the swinging bridge, a suspension footbridge spanning the river, was constructed for utility workers and later adopted by the public for access to viewpoints. The bridge's wooden planks swayed visibly in high winds, which unfortunately caused a tragic incident involving a hiker who fell from the bridge in the mid-20th century, leading to guardrail installations. Stretching from the San Juan Mountains to the Gulf of Mexico is the Rio Grande, one of the longest rivers in North America. The river's course follows the Rio Grande Rift, a tectonic boundary widening 0.1 inches yearly. Its flow averages 1,900 cubic feet per second near Albuquerque, but dwindles to zero in dry stretches due to irrigation demands. Over 80% of the river's water is diverted for agriculture, leaving sections dry for up to 200 days yearly. The Rio Grande Gorge, a deep canyon carved by the Rio Grande, reaches depths of 800 feet near Taos. Notably, in 1933, the Civilian Conservation Corps built trails into the gorge, though they were later abandoned due to erosion. Local Puebloan legends describe a sipapu, meaning emergency hole, near the gorge, though it was never officially founded or recorded. Today, the gorge draws 300,000 visitors annually, with strict no-rescue policies for unprepared hikers. The Flaming Gorge Green River Basin Scenic Byway is a 100-mile route that winds through a varied landscape of canyons, rivers, and high desert plains. The route is named after the Flaming Gorge, a dramatic canyon carved by the Green River. The byway also passes through the Green River Basin, a vast area characterized by sagebrush plains, buttes and mesas. It follows parts of the historic Union Pacific Railroad line, which was instrumental in the development of the region during the late 19th century. Thus, this byway provides access to numerous recreational opportunities, including hiking, fishing, and wildlife viewing. It also offers panoramic views of the surrounding landscape, making it a popular route for road trips and outdoor enthusiasts. Camden Hills State Park is known for its trails, scenic overlooks, and outdoor activities. Established in the 1930s, it encompasses a range of rugged hills shaped by ancient glacial activity. The land was once used for logging and charcoal production, with traces of old kilns and timber roads still scattered in wooded areas. The park's trails follow routes originally forged by workers and indigenous communities, though human activity from long before has been discovered. Monaghan's Sandhills State Park is recognised for its expansive dunes of fine quartz sand, offering a unique desert-like landscape in West Texas. In fact, the Sandhills are part of an ancient seabed known as the Permian Basin, which was formed at the end of the Paleozoic era. Historically, indigenous groups used the area's water-retaining plants for survival, leaving behind grinding stones and fire pits documented in archaeological surveys. Early settlers attempted ranching, but struggled with shifting sands, evidenced by abandoned homestead remnants. The park opened to the public in 1957, preserving a small portion of a much larger dune field that extends into New Mexico. It became well known for its recreational activities, including sand surfing, sand sledding, and hiking across the ever-changing dune formations. Monument rocks, often called the chalk pyramids, are towering formations of ancient seabed deposits in western Kansas. Composed of chalk and shale, they formed roughly 80 million years ago, when the area lay submerged under a vast inland sea. The soft chalk erodes easily, which is why the formations have such unusual shapes. Their name reflects their imposing pillar-like shapes, which pioneers and early travellers likened to man-made monuments. Not far from Monument Rocks is Castle Rock, located in Gove County. This isolated limestone rock formation stands apart from the rest, with jagged peaks that look like the ruins of an old castle. Named for its jagged peaks resembling a saw's teeth, Sawtooth National Recreation Area was carved by glaciers and volcanic upheaval. Today, it is a federally protected wilderness with over 700 miles of trails, alpine lakes and rugged peaks. It is home to a wide variety of wildlife and lakes, such as the Pettit Lake. Known for its mirror-like reflections, Pettit Lake is a gateway to the backcountry, with trails leading to higher elevations and remote wilderness. It is defined by its calm waters, where canoeing and kayaking provide a quiet way to explore the shoreline. A glacial gem, Toxaway Lake is a remote alpine lake in the Sawtooth Wilderness, accessed via a challenging backcountry trail. Its name derives from a term meaning place of thunder, referencing rock slides that echo across the basin. The water stays cold throughout the year, fed by melting snow from the surrounding peaks. Hikers report finding obsidian arrowheads near its shores. Isolated and steeped in lore, Barren Lake is a high-elevation body of water located in the Sawtooth Mountains. The water reflects the rugged peaks above, changing colour with the light and time of day. Hikers often camp nearby, using the lake as a base for exploring even higher into the mountains. Redfish Lake is one of the largest and most accessible lakes in the area. It got its name from the massive salmon runs that once filled its waters. In the past, thousands of sockeye salmon swam upstream from the ocean to spawn in the lake, turning the water red. Over time, dams and fishing pressures reduced their numbers, but conservation efforts continue to support their return. Today, the lake is a popular recreation site, with boating, fishing and camping along its shores. Palouse Falls is a dramatic waterfall, carved by ancient floods that reshaped the surrounding landscape, plunging into a deep, bowl-shaped canyon. The Palouse tribe, for whom the surrounding Palouse region is named, knew the waterfall intimately and referred to it as Aputaput, meaning falling water in their language. For generations, Native American communities gathered in the area for fishing and trade, as salmon and other fish could be harvested at the base of the falls when they migrated up the river. The falls nearly vanished in the 20th century, when proposals aimed to build a 98-foot-high hydroelectric dam upstream of the waterfall and generate about 1/3 of the local county's power needs. Fortunately, the public ultimately voted against it, opting to preserve the free-flowing falls instead of submerging it behind a dam. Due to this decision, Palouse Falls has managed to gain official recognition as the state waterfall of Washington in recent years. California's Redwood National Park is defined by its soaring coast redwoods, the tallest trees on Earth, and its efforts to preserve old-growth forests that have existed for millennia. These trees can exceed 370 feet in height and live for over 2,000 years. The park was established in 1968 after decades of logging had reduced old-growth redwood forests to just 5% of their original range. Indigenous peoples, including the Yurok, Tolowa, and Cholula tribes, have lived in the region for thousands of years. They used redwood trees for constructing homes, boats, and ceremonial structures. The trees also held spiritual significance for them, as they symbolized strength and endurance. Located in Prince William Sound, Columbia Glacier is one of Alaska's largest and fastest retreating tidewater glaciers. Known for its rapid retreat and iceberg production, it has been shifting for centuries, with indigenous oral histories describing the glacier as a moving mountain. However, the retreat has accelerated in recent decades, exposing new land and revealing valleys and rock formations that have been buried under ice for thousands of years. Some studies suggest that the speed of retreat is linked to the depth of the fjord beneath it, allowing warmer seawater to accelerate the melting from below. Coconino National Forest covers over 7,600 square kilometres, containing mountains, canyons, and forests of pine and aspen. In fact, it is home to ponderosa pine forests, one of the largest continuous stretches of ponderosa pines in the world. These trees are adapted to wildfires, with thick bark that protects them from burning. Periodic fires help clear underbrush, allowing the forest to regenerate. The landscape varies with elevation, ranging from lowland desert areas at 800 metres to mountain peaks rising over 3,800 metres. The area was originally inhabited by indigenous groups, but in the late 19th century, ranchers, loggers and railroad builders moved into the region to use its natural resources for timber, grazing and mining. Courthouse Butte is a massive sandstone formation located in the Red Rock region of Coconino National Forest. Its name comes from its flat-topped, rectangular structure, resembling a courthouse building. The butte was shaped by wind, rain and ice, which gradually carved out its vertical walls and jagged edges. The rock layers in the butte contain fossilised marine life, showing that the region was once covered by an ancient inland sea millions of years ago. The Courthouse Butte waterfall is a seasonal waterfall that appears on the rock face after heavy rain or snowmelt. It forms when water flows over the sandstone cliffs of Courthouse Butte, cascading down into the rocky terrain below. The waterfall is not a permanent feature, as the dry desert climate means that water is only present for a few hours to a few days after storms. Snake River Canyon is a deep gorge in southern Idaho and is defined by its steep basalt cliffs. The deep walls reveal layers of rock formed over a long period, showing evidence of the forces that carved it. The canyon has been a natural barrier and a travel route for different groups throughout history. Today, the canyon is a destination for outdoor activities. The steep cliffs attract rock climbers, while trails and overlooks provide views of the landscape. The river running through the canyon continues to support wildlife and recreation. The Snake River is characterised by its powerful currents and hidden whirlpools, which have claimed boats and lives over the years. The river's name stems from a misunderstanding where early explorers misinterpreted indigenous hand gestures describing fishing with nets, motions they thought resembled a snake. Known for its fierce currents, the river hosts prehistoric sturgeon, some over 10 feet long, dubbed living fossils by biologists. These fish, older than the canyon itself, survived ice ages but now face threats from dams and pollution. Interestingly, the sturgeons most likely contributed to old legends that spoke of a river serpent that drags the unwary underwater. Not far from the bridge, Perrine Cooley Falls pours over the canyon's edge as it is fed by snowmelt and rain. Base jumpers use it as a landmark, timing leaps to avoid the spray. Combining mountain ranges and ice fields, Wrangell St. Elias National Park and Preserve is the largest national park in the US. The park's name honours the Wrangell and St. Elias Mountains, shaped by volcanic and tectonic forces. Its creation aimed to protect ecological and historical resources, spanning climates from boreal forest to alpine tundra. Hubbard Glacier is the largest tidewater glacier in North America. Its blue ice towers are undercut by tidal erosion. This advancing tidewater glacier meets the sea, carving icebergs into Disenchantment Bay. The glacier's surge in the 1980s temporarily blocked a fjord, forming a lake that later burst. Pilot Rock is a distinct volcanic formation, recognised for its steep, columnar shape visible from great distances. The rock formed as magma hardened inside an ancient volcano, later exposed by erosion. The indigenous Takelma people referred to this formation with a name that meant stone standing up. Early settlers initially called it Boundary Mountain, but by 1841, during the United States exploring expedition, the formation was renamed Emmons Peak after a naval officer with the expedition. Eventually it became known as Pilot Rock because it served as a guidepost for pioneers travelling north from California on the Applegate Trail. The site attracts climbers drawn to its technical routes, requiring skill to navigate loose rock and sheer faces. Sitting on the Pacific Plate, Point Reyes National Seashore moves northwest at about 2 inches per year along the San Andreas Fault. The fault caused the 1906 earthquake that heavily impacted nearby cities, shifting parts of the land up to 20 feet. The area has a long history of human activity, with indigenous groups living here for thousands of years, relying on marine and plant resources. In the 19th century, European settlers established cattle ranches, some of which still operate today. Maritime history is also important, with shipwrecks recorded along the rocky coastline and lighthouses built to guide vessels through the fog. Alamir Falls is one of the few rare waterfalls that flow directly into the ocean. The falls are fed by Alamir Creek, which collects rainfall from the surrounding hills. Water flow is strongest in winter and spring, while summer and fall see lower volumes. In the central part of the island, Owl Valley State Monument is a site of cultural importance. The area is dominated by the Owl Needle, a 1,200-foot basalt spire, serving as both a natural altar and a navigational marker for early Hawaiians. The valley itself was considered sacred and used as a burial ground for Hawaiian royalty. In 1790, Yao Valley was the site of the pivotal Battle of Kipaniwai, where King Kamehameha I defeated Maui's forces. This battle was a key event in the unification of the Hawaiian Islands under Kamehameha's rule, marking a turning point in the political history of the islands. Located in Hilo on the Big Island, Rainbow Falls cascades into a tranquil emerald pool, surrounded by lava rock formations and tropical greenery. Known as Waianuenu, meaning rainbow water, the falls are named for the rainbows that form in its mist during sunny mornings. Glenwood Canyon is a natural formation carved by the Colorado River over millions of years. Spanning 20 kilometers, it is one of the deepest and most scenic canyons in the region. The canyon's vertical cliffs expose layers of limestone, sandstone, and shale, offering a geological history dating back over 300 million years. The Colorado River flows through the canyon, providing opportunities for activities like whitewater rafting and kayaking. Just a few miles east of the canyon, there is the resort town of Glenwood Springs, renowned for its geothermal hot springs and outdoor recreation opportunities. The Glenwood Hot Springs Pool is one of the largest natural hot spring pools in the world, filled with mineral-rich water from the Yampa Spring. Another interesting fact is about the American historical figure Doc Holliday, who was an infamous dentist, gambler, and gunslinger, is said to have spent his final days in this town. Another short hike away is the Hanging Lake, notable for its turquoise waters and suspended boardwalk. It is accessed via a steep trail and requires a permit in order to protect its fragile ecosystem. Kealakekwa Bay State Historical Park was a vital hub for ancient Hawaiian communities, serving as a centre for social, economic, and religious activities. The bay gained international attention in 1779 when Captain James Cook landed during his second voyage to the Hawaiian Islands. Initially welcomed and treated as a deity due to coinciding with the makahiki season, Cook's relationship with the Hawaiians deteriorated after he overstayed his welcome and disrupted local customs. A skirmish at Ka'awaloa Cove led to Cook's death, marking a pivotal moment in Hawaiian history. Today, a white obelisk, the Captain Cook Monument, stands near the site of his death, accessible by kayak or hiking trails. Lake Winnipesaukee is recognised as the largest lake in its region, having a long history as a summer destination and recreational spot. Interestingly, the first summer resort in America was established here, contributing to its long-standing reputation as a vacation destination. The name Winnipesaukee originates from the Abenaki language, with interpretations including the smile of the Great Spirit and beautiful water in a high place. In fact, the Abenaki people were among those who lived around the lake, utilising its resources for fishing and travel. Among its many islands, some sources claim there are over 250, while others suggest numbers closer to 365. The lake's outflow is managed by the Lakeport Dam, which plays a crucial role in maintaining its water levels. Painted Hills is a well-known geological site located in the eastern section of the John Day fossil beds. It is distinguished by banded claystone layers in shades of red, gold and black, caused by mineral deposits from shifting climates and volcanic activity. These colours change slightly depending on light and moisture levels, making the area appear different throughout the day and across seasons. Early settlers initially dismissed the hills as barren, but scientists later identified them as a key site for studying prehistoric ecosystems. The town is home to one of the largest bodies of water in the region, Rangeley Lake. Connecting to neighbouring lakes via the Rangeley River system, steamships once transported logs and guests across its waters, their routes marked by surviving wooden docks. The lake's depth and cold temperatures sustained populations of landlocked salmon, introduced in the 1800s to replace overfished native trout. Today, the lake continues to support recreation, with boats dotting its surface in warmer months and ice fishing taking place in winter. Ithaca Falls, a steep cascade on a creek that shares the city's name, lies within a gorge carved by glacial meltwater. Unlike many large waterfalls that require a hike or drive into remote areas, Ithaca Falls sits at the end of a short path near downtown and is fed by Fall Creek. Swan Valley is a quiet area along Snake River, named after the trumpeter swans that migrate through and use the waterways as feeding and nesting grounds. Early settlers drained wetlands for agriculture, but remnants of wild ryegrass still fringe old irrigation ditches. The valley's dirt roads follow paths carved by cattle drives, where ranchers once clashed with homesteaders over water rights. Fall Creek Falls is a multi-tiered waterfall that cascades over rocky ledges into the Snake River. The falls are fed by Fall Creek, which starts in the mountains and winds through the valley before reaching the drop. Unlike many waterfalls that are hidden deep in canyons or require long hikes, Fall Creek Falls is visible from the road. Indigenous peoples used the area's obsidian deposits to craft tools leaving behind flakes now buried under pine duff. Prospectors later misread glittering mica in the cliffs as gold, dynamiting sections in a futile search. Interestingly, a rare moss grows only behind the fall's spray zone, which biologists suspect originated from spores carried in pioneer-era sheep wool. The Oregon dunes stretch along the central coast, forming one of the largest expanses of coastal dunes in North America. The sand originated from the erosion of inland mountains. Then the rivers carried sediment to the coast, where it was picked up by wind and built into dunes over thousands of years. In more recent years, off-highway vehicle riding has become popular, and some parts of the dunes are now designated for motorised use. Custer Gallatin National Forest is characterised by its vast terrain spanning mountains, rivers, and alpine ecosystems. The name comes from two different forest units that were eventually combined: Custer National Forest and Gallatin National Forest. Gallatin National Forest was named after Albert Gallatin, a politician and explorer who played a role in early mapping efforts, while Custer National Forest was named after General George Custer. Hebgen Lake is a large reservoir created by the Hebgen Dam on the Madison River, serving as a recreational area for boating, fishing, and camping. The lake is known for a massive earthquake that caused a nearby landslide, blocking part of the Madison River and creating what is now called Quake Lake. The event created underwater fissures still studied for geothermal activity. In fact, fishermen later reported catching trout with deformities, possibly linked to sediment shifts. Ice fishing is common in winter as the lake freezes over, attracting anglers looking for trout and other fish species. Gooseberry Falls is a series of waterfalls along the Gooseberry River. The falls were formed over 1.1 billion-year-old basalt bedrock, shaped by ancient lava flows and erosion from the last glacial retreat. The site's name likely stems from a mistranslation of an Ojibwe term describing the river's curve, erroneously recorded as gooseberry on 19th century maps. . Loggers in the 1880s used the river to float timber, constructing a wooden sluice to bypass the falls. Remnants of iron brackets anchoring the sluice are embedded in eastern cliff faces. Formed by the damming of the Henry's Fork River, this lake of the same name helps control flooding and generates hydroelectric power. The dam itself is an earth-fill structure designed to blend into the landscape while holding back the large volume of water. Below the dam, the river flows through a canyon, creating some of the best fly fishing waters in the region. The lake's name honours Andrew Henry, a fur trader who explored the region in the early 1800s. His camp, allegedly near the lake's current inlet, left no trace beyond ledger entries describing mosquitoes thick as smoke. Located near Valdez is a steep-walled gorge carved by glacial meltwater named Keystone Canyon, featuring waterfalls like Horsetail and Bridal Veil. These waterfalls change in strength seasonally, and heavy rains can even trigger rock slides, making parts of the canyon unstable. Its narrow pass became a battleground during early 20th century railroad disputes, with rival companies dynamiting each other's construction sites. Palo Duro Canyon is the second largest canyon in the United States and is often referred to as the Grand Canyon of Texas, due to its size and impressive geological formations. It is renowned for its multicolored rock layers, steep mesa walls, and hoodoos, which are unique rock formations created by erosion. The name Palo Duro, meaning hardwood in Spanish, was given by early explorers because of the abundance of mesquite and juniper trees in the canyon. Historically, the park served as a seasonal home for Native Americans, who also made durable bows from the trees. In 1874, Colonel Ranald S. Mackenzie led a military expedition that forced Native Americans out of the canyon during the Red River War, marking a turning point in regional control. Its infrastructure was later built by a Depression-era workforce, utilising local materials. Mount Whitney is the highest peak in the contiguous region, standing at 14,505 feet above sea level. It is located within a national park and is part of the Sierra Nevada mountain range. The first recorded ascent of the mountain was in 1873 by a group led by Charles Bagle, Albert Johnson, and John Lucas. They named the peak after Josiah Whitney, the state geologist at the time. The mountain has since become a significant landmark for outdoor enthusiasts and adventurers. Near Mount Whitney lies the Alabama Hills, a distinctive area known for its rounded rock formations and arches. Located at a much lower elevation, these hills were named after the CSS Alabama, a Confederate warship during the American Civil War. Local miners who supported the Union named the hills in 1863 after hearing about the ship's exploits. They have also been a popular filming location since the early 20th century. Over 400 movies, TV shows and commercials have been filmed here, including classics like How the West Was Won, 1962, and more recent films like Iron Man, 2008. As part of a designated dark sky area, they make an excellent spot for stargazing, since the lack of light pollution allows for clear views of the Milky Way and other celestial phenomena. One of the most notable features in the Alabama Hills is the Mobius Arch, a natural rock arch that frames Mount Whitney in the distance. Historically, it has been used by Native American tribes as a distinctive landmark for thousands of years. It is accessible via a short, easy trail that is well marked and suitable for hikers of all skill levels. Lake Powell Navajo Tribal Park covers sections of canyons and waterways along the Colorado River Basin. The park is known for its deep slot canyons, created by flash floods and wind erosion. Many of these narrow passageways are accessible only by guided routes, preserving both the natural landscape and cultural sites. Upper Antelope Canyon is a world-renowned slot canyon known for its mesmerizing light beams and smooth sculpted walls. The canyon is about 40 meters deep and has a winding path that narrows in several sections, creating light beams that filter down at certain times of the day. The name in the Navajo language translates to the place where water runs through rocks, reflecting how flash floods continue to shape its structure. Unlike some slot canyons that require technical climbing, Upper Antelope Canyon is accessible by walking through a flat, sandy floor, making it one of the easier canyons to explore. However, it is still prone to sudden floods, requiring careful monitoring of weather conditions before entry. Lower Antelope Canyon is a narrower and deeper slot canyon compared to the upper section, offering a more adventurous experience. It requires descending through steep, winding rock formations, with metal staircases installed in certain areas to allow access. The canyon is known for its twisting rock formations and narrow passageways, shaped by the same flash flood erosion that formed the upper section. Unlike Upper Antelope Canyon, where light beams enter from above, Lower Antelope Canyon features curved walls that reflect indirect light, creating deep colour shifts throughout the day. The passage through the canyon can be as narrow as 1 metre in some sections, requiring careful navigation. Bell Rock is a red sandstone butte, rising to an elevation of 1,500 metres above sea level. The formation gets its name from its rounded, bell-like shape, composed primarily of Schneebly Hill sandstone, with distinct horizontal layers visible along its slopes. Native groups use Bell Rock as a landmark for navigation, and evidence of early habitation, such as rock carvings and artifacts, has been found in nearby areas. Due to its accessibility and distinctive shape, it is one of the most photographed formations in the area. Cathedral Rock is a sandstone formation with steep vertical spires, reaching an elevation of 1,500 metres. It is one of the most recognised rock formations in the region, primarily composed of Schneebly Hill sandstone, which formed from ancient sand dunes compacted into rock layers. Early settlers referred to the formation as Court Rock, but the name Cathedral Rock was chosen due to its resemblance to a church cathedral. Unlike traditional hiking trails, reaching the saddle of Cathedral Rock requires sections of hands and feet climbing, making it more of a rock scramble than a simple walk. Interestingly, the scenic backdrop of Cathedral Rock has made it a frequent wedding and elopement spot. Visitors also often leave behind stacked rock formations, also known as cairns, near the base of Cathedral Rock, as part of a personal ritual or spiritual practice. The Absaroka Range, named in honour of a local indigenous group, forms the eastern boundary of Yellowstone. Early guides led expeditions through the range, navigating passes used by indigenous hunters and trappers. Forested slopes give way to rocky peaks, creating a mix of ecosystems that support different plant and animal species. Some of the highest points in the Absarokas stay snow-covered year-round, with avalanches and rock slides being frequent in the spring when snow begins to melt. Great Salt Lake is the largest saltwater lake in the Western Hemisphere, covering an average area of over 1 million acres, though its size fluctuates due to evaporation and rainfall. The lake has no outlet, meaning water only leaves through evaporation, leaving behind high concentrations of salt. Some areas of the lake can reach salinity levels up to 27%, far saltier than the ocean. Located on the shores of Great Salt Lake for over a century, the Great Salt Air is a historic concert venue and pavilion. Originally built in 1893, the first Salt Air was a large resort designed as a place for recreation, featuring a massive pavilion, restaurants, and a dance hall. The original structure burned down in 1925 and was rebuilt, only to be damaged by flooding in the 1930s and later abandoned. A third version was constructed in 1981, but fluctuating lake levels and economic struggles limited its use. A section of the Great Salt Lake is known for its pink-coloured water, caused by high salinity and the presence of halophilic, salt-loving microorganisms. These microorganisms are Dunaliella salina, a type of algae, and halobacteria, both of which thrive in extreme salt concentrations and create the same compounds found in carrots and flamingo feathers. The lake is naturally divided by a causeway, which restricts water flow between the north and south sections. It can reach salinity levels above 30%, making it saltier than the ocean. In fact, the extreme salt content also creates thick salt deposits along the shoreline, forming white incrustations that contrast sharply with the pink water. These salt formations have been harvested for commercial use, including road salt and mineral extraction. Hatcher Pass is a scenic mountain pass north of Anchorage, known for its hiking, berry picking, and alpine views. The pass cuts through a mountain range, offering routes once used by miners hauling ore. Mining camps had filled the area in the past, with workers enduring long winters in search of gold. Some mines were profitable, while others collapsed, either from financial struggles or physical disasters. Remnants of mining operations, including rusted machinery and collapsed tunnels, still scatter the landscape today. Due to its steep and rugged terrain, the pass has also suffered from landslides altering sections of the road, forcing reconstruction efforts over time. Summit Lake sits at a high elevation along the Seward Highway, fed by snowmelt and underground springs. The water remains cold year-round, with ice sometimes forming unexpectedly, even during warmer months. The lake reflects the shifting weather, with fog rolling across its surface without warning. Funnily, early miners dubbed it Blue Ice Lake due to its frost-resistant algae blooms. Established in 1987, El Malpais National Monument spans rugged volcanic terrain, lava flows, and caves. The name translates to the Badlands, referencing its jagged basalt flows. Ice Cave and Bandera Volcano is a collapsed lava tube, retaining a 20-foot thick ice layer, temperatures hovering at 31 degrees Fahrenheit. Although it is a dormant cinder cone that stays frozen year-round, its ice cores interestingly reveal pollen from 1,000-year-old plants. Gallia Overlook offers views of the Zuni Mountains and lava fields as it lies along the Continental Divide Trail. Originally, Spanish expeditions in the 1500s avoided the area due to impassable terrain, but the Civilian Conservation Corps eventually developed early trails in the 1930s. Today, it has a 0.8-mile trail that climbs 200 vertical feet to the overlook, built in the 1990s using recycled asphalt. Meteor Crater, located in the northern desert region, is one of the best preserved impact sites on Earth. It was formed approximately 50,000 years ago when a nickel-iron meteorite struck the surface at a speed of around 12.8 kilometers per second. The impact released energy equivalent to over 10 megatons of TNT, creating a crater 1.2 kilometers wide and 170 meters deep. Early studies of the crater helped scientists understand similar features on the Moon and other planetary bodies. Despite initial skepticism, it was eventually confirmed that the crater was formed by a meteorite impact, not volcanic activity. The site has been used for astronaut training and scientific research, particularly for studies related to space exploration. Myakka River State Park protects one of the oldest and largest intact ecosystems in its region, defined by the slow-moving Myakka River. This shallow, tea-coloured waterway periodically floods, creating expansive marshes and lakes that sustain various wildlife. Historically, the area was inhabited by indigenous peoples who utilised palmetto fibres and shell tools. Later, cattle ranching dominated, with remnants like old fence lines still visible. The Civilian Conservation Corps developed early park infrastructure, including a log-built visitor centre. Valley of Fire State Park is the oldest and largest state park in Nevada, known for its striking red sandstone formations, which date back over 150 million years. The park's name comes from the vibrant red hues of the rocks, which appear to glow like fire in the sunlight. It also features areas of grey and tan sandstone, such as the White Dome Slot Canyon. The park offers a range of recreational activities, including hiking, camping, and photography. It has over 40 miles of hiking trails, ranging from easy walks to more challenging routes. Evidence of the ancestral Puebloans' presence, such as petroglyphs and artifacts, can be found throughout the park. The fire wave is one of the park's most photographed features. This unique formation consists of undulating bands of red, white, and pink sandstone. Resembling a wave frozen in stone. It is accessible via a 1.5-mile round-trip hike, which takes visitors through a desert landscape to the formation. The honeycomb and beehive formations are other examples of the park's unique sandstone structures. These formations are characterized by their pockmarked surfaces, created by wind and water erosion. The beehive formation, in particular, resembles a beehive due to its rounded shape and textured surface. The park is filled with a variety of other rock formations, including arches, canyons, and balanced rocks. Notable features include the cabins, structures which were built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the 1930s using native sandstone block, and Elephant Rock, a natural sandstone formation that resembles an elephant. Historically, the cabins were constructed to provide shelter for travellers and workers in the remote desert area, strategically located near a natural water source. Meanwhile, the Elephant Rock was formed due to the softer sandstone layers eroding faster than the harder layers, creating a distinctive elephant-like shape. The White Mountains are a rugged mountain range known for their steep granite cliffs, dense forests, and challenging terrain. Geologists believe the mountains were formed by magma intrusions over 100 million years ago, later shaped by glaciation that carved out U-shaped valleys known as notches. Historically, the White Mountains were one of the last areas in the region to be settled due to their harsh conditions. Early European settlers arrived after the French and Indian War, clearing forests for farming and building mills. By the 19th century, tourism became a major industry as visitors were drawn to the scenic beauty and cooler climate. Flowing alongside the scenic curves of the Cancamargus Highway is the Swift River, which once powered sawmills. It originates in Cancamargus Pass and flows into the Saco River. It features narrow gorges and small waterfalls that were shaped by glacial activity. Historically, it provided water power for early mills in nearby towns. During heavy rain, the river rises quickly, and several old bridges were swept away before stronger ones were built. The river is now popular for fishing and kayaking. Franconia Notch State Park is a mountain pass that stretches for 8 miles between two peaks with a history of rock slides and ice damage. The Old Man of the Mountain, a natural rock formation shaped like a face, was the park's main attraction until it collapsed. The Flume Gorge, located within Franconia Notch State Park, is a narrow chasm carved by water and ice that was discovered by accident in 1808 by an elderly settler while fishing. Its granite walls rise to 90 feet high and are covered with mosses and ferns. Wooden walkways were added later, but heavy floods have washed them out more than once. Falls Park is the city's most iconic landmark, situated along the Big Sioux River. The park is centred around the waterfalls, which drop 100 feet over a series of quartzite cliffs. It includes walking paths, picnic areas, and a visitor centre with historical exhibits. The falls were a major draw for early settlers and played a key role in the city's development, particularly in the milling industry during the late 19th century. Located in the San Juan Mountains, North Clear Creek Falls is one of the most photographed waterfalls in the region due to its accessibility and impressive backdrop. The waterfall formed as the creek cut through volcanic rock from ancient eruptions that shaped much of the surrounding landscape. The The area around it is part of a high-altitude ecosystem, with beautiful meadows and stands of aspen and spruce trees nearby. Moving beyond North Conway, Mount Washington is a picturesque peak, renowned for its extreme weather conditions. Known originally by its Abenaki name, Agiokochuk, meaning the place of the Great Spirit, it was considered sacred and left unclimbed by Native Americans. In 1642, Darby Field became the first European to ascend its summit. The mountain was officially named Mount Washington in 1784 after George Washington. Tourism on Mount Washington grew significantly with infrastructure developments like Abel Crawford's footpath in 1819, the oldest maintained trail in the US. Monument Valley Navajo Tribal Park is a distinctive landscape characterized by its iconic red mesas and buttes, which rise up to 300 meters high. The park is deeply tied to the Navajo people who have inhabited the region for centuries and hence have a strong cultural connection to the land which they consider to be sacred. Traditional practices such as sheep herding, weaving, and ceremonies are still part of daily life for many Navajo families in the area. The park is managed by the Navajo Nation, and guided tours led by Navajo guides offer insights into the history, geology, and cultural significance of the landscape. Interestingly, Navajo men from the region notably served as code talkers during the Second World War, using their native language to create an unbreakable code that played a crucial role in Allied communications. The park's environment is arid, with sparse greenery and limited water sources. Two of the most famous formations in the park are the West and East Mitten Buttes. These twin rock formations, resembling giant mittens, stand approximately 300 meters tall. Their unique shape is the result of differential erosion, with harder rock layers resisting weathering while softer layers wear away over time. The formations are composed primarily of Dechelli sandstone, which dates back to the Permian period, around 250 million years ago. The names the Navajo people use to refer to the rock formations literally translate as Black Streak Wood and Rock with Hole. They are often used as navigational landmarks and hold cultural importance in Navajo storytelling and traditions. As the largest national forest in the US, Tongass is known for its vast expanse of temperate rainforest that contains some of the oldest trees in the region. The name Tongass comes from the Tlingit people, specifically the Tongass group, who lived in the region long before outside explorers arrived. Established in the early 20th century, the forest became a focal point for logging debates, leading to protections for significant portions of its old-growth ecosystems. Unique features include fjords, glacial systems, and pockets of bioluminescent fungi observed in damp understory areas. Interestingly, the dense canopy helps absorb massive amounts of carbon, playing a key role in climate regulation. Part of an archipelago shaped by volcanic activity, Baranof Island features natural hot springs fueled by geothermal forces. It was named after Alexander Baranov, a Russian colonial figure. Historical remnants of Russian settlements remain, including some structures built using techniques not commonly found elsewhere in the region. Hot springs can be found across the island, some easily accessible, others deep in remote areas. Unfortunately, storms here can be sudden and violent, with winds capable of toppling trees. The island's steep mountains and deep valleys create weather patterns that shift quickly, sometimes trapping boats in unexpected conditions. Silver Bay is a deep fjord known for its silvery waters, reflecting light in a way that makes it stand out from surrounding areas. It has been an important site for fishing and industry. At certain times of the year, herring and salmon fill the waters, drawing predators. Notorious for hazardous navigation, it has seen shipwrecks due to its narrow passages and shifting tides. Some of this wreckage is still visible at low tide. The steep cliffs surrounding the bay amplify sounds, making distant noises that carry much farther than expected. Mendenhall Glacier stretches from the Juneau icefield and is a popular site for researchers and visitors. This glacier, part of a larger icefield, has retreated significantly in recent decades. Early 20th century photographs contrast sharply with their current size, illustrating rapid change. Large chunks of ice still frequently break off, creating loud crashes that echo across the valley. These collapses, known as calving events, send waves through the lake below, with some icebergs floating for weeks before melting. It is one of the most studied glaciers due to its accessibility and visible retreat over time. The ice caves beneath the glacier form as meltwater carves tunnels through the ice. The walls glow with a blue hue, a result of compressed ice absorbing all colours except blue. A waterfall fed by a hanging glacier, Nugget Falls plunges near Mendenhall Glacier's face. The force of the water is strong enough to move boulders. In warmer months, the flow increases dramatically, which creates mist clouds. Its thunderous flow intensifies during summer melt, drawing visitors. Birds and small mammals take advantage of the moisture, making the area more active than it appears at first glance. Mendenhall Lake is located at the base of Mendenhall Glacier, with a temperature that remains near freezing year-round. Fed by the glacial melt, it expands annually as the glacier recedes. Icebergs frequently break off from the glacier's terminus, floating across the lake's surface. Mount Edgecumbe is a dormant stratovolcano with a symmetrical peak. Its last eruption occurred over 4,000 years ago. However, in 1974, a helicopter pilot dropped burning tyres into its crater, simulating an eruption and sparking temporary panic. The stunt fooled many before authorities confirmed it was not a real eruption. The Catskill Mountains are known for their forested ridges and a long history tied to art, recreation, and retreat. The range is part of a larger plateau shaped by erosion, not formed by tectonic collision, like many other mountain systems. Writers like Washington Irving set folklore here, including the tale of Rip Van Winkle, a man who fell asleep in the mountains and woke up years later. The mountains gained fame as a retreat for urban populations, with grand hotels like the Catskill Mountain House drawing elites. By the 20th century, the area became a hub for summer resorts, particularly those catering to Jewish families, fostering comedians and musicians who shaped mid-century entertainment. Carterskill Falls, one of the tallest waterfalls in the region, is a two-tiered waterfall with a long history of visitors, artists and accidents. In fact, the falls were featured in some of the earliest American landscape paintings. Most notably, the Hudson River School painters immortalised the landscape in the 1800s, with the waterfall becoming a recurring subject. Access to Carterskill Falls used to be difficult and dangerous as people climbed steep, unmarked paths while the rocks were wet or icy. Improved trails and safety measures have been added, including steps and fences, but risks remain. Lake Defuniak is an almost perfectly circular 40-acre lake in Defuniak Springs and one of the few spring-fed bodies of water in the region. The area around the lake is home to some of the oldest structures in the region, many of which were built during a period of growth in the late Victorian era. The lake and surrounding areas were popular for recreation, including fishing, boating, and picnicking. Pictured Rock's National Lakeshore is characterised by its colourful sandstone cliffs along the southern shore of Lake Superior. The mineral stains on the cliff faces were created by groundwater seeping through cracks and carrying iron, manganese, copper, and other minerals. These cliffs rise up to 200 feet above the lake and have been sculpted over time into arches, caves, and fortress-like formations by waves and ice. The Ojibwa referred to it as the Land of Thunder and the Gods. French fur trader Pierre Esprit Radisson documented the site in 1659, describing its beauty and the Native American practice of offering tobacco to honour unseen spirits within the rocks. Later, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow immortalised the region in his poem The Song of Hiawatha. Flaming Gorge National Recreation Area is named after the red and orange cliffs that reflect the light at sunrise and sunset. The region was carved by the Green River, which continues to shape the landscape through erosion. The gorge is part of the Uinta Mountains, an ancient mountain range composed of Precambrian rock, over 1 billion years old, that preserves fossils from prehistoric marine environments. Rising sharply from the high desert, Smith Rock is marked by sheer cliffs of volcanic tuff and basalt. Meanwhile, the park itself is known for its other geological features, such as spires and canyon walls formed from ancient volcanic activity. It is considered one of the birthplaces of modern sport climbing and draws climbers from around the world. Hikers traverse trails weaving through sagebrush to viewpoints overlooking the park's jagged skyline. Meanwhile, climbers test endurance on over 2,000 routes, from beginner cracks to overhanging test pieces. Just outside the village is Whiteface Mountain, one of the tallest peaks in the region, and includes a ski area that was built to handle Olympic events. The mountain features long, steep trails and an access road that allows vehicles to reach close to the summit. There is also an elevator built inside the mountain, carved into solid rock. Akaka Falls State Park is a protected area on the northeastern side of the Big Island, known for its towering waterfalls and rainforest ecosystem. The park features a short loop trail that is well maintained and accessible, guiding visitors through tropical foliage. The name Akaka means a continuous flow, referring to the waterfall's constant cascade of water. However, there is also a legend surrounding a chief with the same name, who was a victim of a tragic love story. It led to his transformation into the waterfall itself, alongside his wife, dog, and 2 mistresses who became smaller falls nearby. The area around Akaka Falls was known for its natural resources, and the falls themselves were an important feature in the community's oral traditions, being a symbol of the power of nature. Surrounded by mountain ranges, Star Valley is a long, narrow valley in western Wyoming, recognized for its scenic beauty and outdoor recreational opportunities. It is known for its agricultural history, particularly dairy farming, which has earned it the nickname Little Switzerland of America. The Salt River flows through Star Valley, running approximately 89 miles from its headwaters in the mountains to its confluence with the Snake River. It gets its name from the naturally occurring salt deposits found along its banks. The river played a key role in the settlement of Star Valley, providing water for agriculture and livestock. In fact, early settlers built irrigation systems to divert water from the river, which helped establish the valley's farming and ranching industries. The river is also popular for kayaking, tubing and canoeing, especially during the summer months when water levels are higher. Additionally, it offers excellent fishing opportunities, attracting anglers to visit the river, often for its clear waters and abundant fish populations. Ginny Falls is a scenic waterfall located near the town of Afton, named after a local family, and has become a well-known landmark in the valley. The falls drop approximately 50 feet and are accessible via a short hike. Glen Canyon National Recreation Area is a vast region centered around Lake Powell and the Colorado River. The area is known for its dramatic landscapes, including deep canyons, towering cliffs, and expansive desert terrain. It is a popular destination for outdoor activities such as boating, hiking, and exploring geological formations. Some of the notable features within Glen Canyon National Recreation Area are the balanced rocks, these formations are large boulders perched precariously on narrow pedestals of rock part of the Entrada Sandstone. Early explorers, ranchers, and indigenous groups used these formations as navigation points, helping them locate water sources and safe routes through the desert. Certain balanced rocks in the area have been given names by explorers and local communities based on their shapes, such as Mushroom Rock and Teetering Rock. Access to the balanced rocks requires travel on unpaved roads or by boat, depending on the location. However, due to their delicate balance, many of the formations are off limits to climbers and visitors to prevent vibration damage that could speed up their collapse. The Colorado River, which flows through Glen Canyon, is a vital water source for the region. The Colorado River stretches from its headwaters in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado to its delta in Mexico, where it historically flowed into the Gulf of California. Today, due to water diversions, it rarely reaches the sea. Horseshoe Bend is a 270-degree meander in the Colorado River, located downstream from Glen Canyon Dam. The river curves sharply around a massive rock formation, creating a horseshoe-shaped bend. Unlike normal river bends that shift over time, Horseshoe Bend remains locked in place due to the deep rock layers and steady erosion rate. The cliffs surrounding the bend rise over 300 metres above the river, providing a clear view of the exposed rock layers that primarily consist of Navajo sandstone. Due to controlled water releases from Glen Canyon Dam, the Colorado River at Horseshoe Bend remains cold, averaging 8 to 10 degrees Celsius, even in summer. Carved by the Snake River on Oregon's eastern border, Hell's Canyon is North America's deepest river gorge. The canyon is part of the larger Wallowa Mountains and Seven Devils Range, shaped by volcanic activity, glacial movement, and water erosion. Interestingly, the exposed layers of the canyon reveal some of the oldest rocks in the region. These included metamorphic and volcanic formations from deep below the Earth's surface. In the late 1800s, during the forced relocation efforts of the Nez Perce War, members of the Nez Perce tribe passed through parts of Hell's Canyon while fleeing US forces. The rugged terrain both challenged and protected them, allowing for temporary refuge before further pursuit. Shenandoah National Park in Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains was officially launched in 1935, transforming privately owned land into a protected area for public enjoyment. The park's establishment came at a cost, as more than 400 families were displaced through eminent domain to make way for its creation. Remnants of their lives, including family cemeteries and stone foundations, remain scattered throughout the park. Shenandoah also holds historical significance as the first national park to host the Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC. The Corps built much of the park's infrastructure, including Skyline Drive, trails and picnic areas, many of which are still in use today. Its name is believed to derive from an Algonquin word, often translated as "beautiful daughter of the stars," inspired by a legend of a great lake. Coco Head is a prominent volcanic crater on the southeastern coast of Oahu, renowned for its summit trail made from an old military railway. It played an important role during World War II as a military lookout. In fact, the most well-known feature is the Coco Crater Railway Trail, a straight line of wooden planks that climbs the cone's ridge. These were once railroad ties for a tram system, used during the war to haul supplies to a lookout and bunker at the top. After the war, the site was decommissioned and later transformed into Coco Head Regional Park. Today, the track is a popular but demanding hike, as the ascent feels more like climbing stairs than walking a trail, with no shade and uneven footing. Oxbow Lake is a well-known body of water formed when a curve of the Red River was cut off from the main channel, creating a crescent-shaped body of water. Historically, the area was used by fur traders in the early 19th century as a temporary camp due to its proximity to transportation routes. Sediment layers in the lake bed preserve evidence of regional agricultural shifts, including increased wheat farming in the late 1800s. The lake's isolation led to a unique ecosystem, dominated by species adapted to its still, nutrient-rich waters. In the 1930s, local farmers attempted to drain the lake for cropland, but abandoned the effort due to persistent flooding. Remnants of drainage ditches, now overgrown, are visible along its eastern shore. Cape Perpetua. Scenic Area is a prominent headland on the central Oregon coast, located within the Siuslaw National Forest. It is defined by its collision of volcanic rock and ocean, creating waves that crash into sea caves and surge through narrow channels. Named by an explorer honouring a historical figure, the Cape's jagged shoreline served as a navigational reference for centuries. For at least 6,000 years, Native American tribes, including the Alsea people, inhabited the area, relying on its abundant marine resources. Thor's Well is a natural saltwater sinkhole located in the area on the Pacific coast. Waves crash into a hole in the basalt rock, and the water seems to pour down into the earth. Despite how it looks, Thor's Well isn't a bottomless pit, being about 20 feet deep in reality. It is part of a broader stretch of volcanic rock, all of which are shaped by the same volcanic activity that formed much of the coastline. The well appears most dramatic during high tides or storms, when water explosively fills and empties the hole. Despite its allure, hazardous surges have swept unprepared observers into adjacent rocks. Located in central Idaho, Sun Valley is a resort city famous for its variety of year-round outdoor recreational activities. Developed in the 1930s as a winter tourism experiment, it became a magnet for Hollywood elites and athletes. In fact, the location was chosen because it had reliable snowfall and abundant sunshine, as well as being accessible by rail. Winter activities revolve around skiing and snowboarding, with runs designed for all skill levels. Ice skating has also been a major attraction, with world-class skaters performing in seasonal shows. In summer, the mountains and trails become a destination for hiking, mountain biking, paragliding, and even fly fishing. Music and arts festivals bring performances to outdoor venues, while the restaurants and shops remain active with visitors who come year-round. Lolo National Forest is known for its rugged terrain and role as a corridor for historic expeditions. The name originates from a Salish term referencing mountain goats, animals once prevalent in the area. The forest has long been an important part of trade routes, seasonal hunting grounds, and early exploration. Its creation aimed to manage timber and water resources, following pressure from early settlers and conservationists. Holland Lake is a clear mountain lake in the Swan Valley, featuring a cascading waterfall at its head, fed by snowmelt. The lake's depth and cold temperatures preserve sunken logging debris, including a steam engine visible in clear conditions. It serves as a resting place for migrating birds, a fishing spot, and a location for outdoor activities. Mount Baker, a towering stratovolcano, is one of the most prominent peaks in its region. Known for its heavy snowfall, it holds the record for the most snow accumulation in a single season. Although it is an active volcano, its last significant eruption occurred over a century ago. Interestingly, the mountain creates its own microclimate, often shrouding the summit in clouds, while the surrounding areas remain clear. This phenomenon has earned it the nickname the the Shy Mountain. Today, the mountain's glaciers are retreating due to climate change, revealing artifacts and debris from past eruptions, which scientists study to better understand the mountain's history. Canyon de Chelly National Monument is a significant historical and cultural site, known for its deep Navajo history and ancient cliff dwellings. In fact, the canyon has been continuously inhabited for thousands of years by the Navajo people, with many families still living and farming within. The monument is jointly managed by the National Park Service and the Navajo Nation, ensuring the preservation of both the natural and cultural resources. One of the most iconic landmarks within Canyon de Chelly is Spider Rock, a towering sandstone spire that rises approximately 230 metres from the canyon floor. According to Navajo tradition, Spider Rock is the home of Spider Woman, an important figure in Navajo mythology who taught the people weaving and other skills. Reed Falls cascades down a rocky cliff near Skagway's Gold Rush Cemetery. Its mist sustains moss-covered boulders. The waterfall is named after a prospector who was one of the early figures in Skagway's development. Loveland Pass is a high mountain pass along the Continental Divide in the Rocky Mountains. Constructed in 1927, it was originally built to provide an essential route for vehicles before the construction of the Eisenhower Tunnel 46 years later. The pass offers access to some of the region's best backcountry skiing and snowboarding opportunities, as its slopes and plentiful snowfall attract adventurous winter sports enthusiasts. The winding road up the pass also poses a challenge, as it features sharp switchbacks and steep grades. Additionally, it served as a training ground for high-altitude research, with its extreme elevation offering a natural laboratory for studying the effects of altitude on the human body and other biological systems. The San Bernardino National Forest is a vast protected area, hosting a variety of ecosystems, including chaparral, pine forests, and alpine meadows. The forest is also managed for multiple uses, including recreation, wildlife habitat, and resource conservation. It offers a wide range of activities, from hiking and camping to fishing and winter sports. The San Bernardino Mountains are a prominent feature of the National Forest, being the primary mountain range that is home to popular natural landmarks such as Big Bear Lake and Lake Arrowhead. These mountains are part of the Transverse Ranges and include several peaks such as San Gorgonio Mountain, which is the highest peak in the region. They were a popular destination for early settlers and tourists, leading to the establishment of resorts and recreational facilities. In these mountains is Big Bear Lake, a popular destination for boating, fishing, and skiing. It was created in 1884 with the construction of a dam to provide water for citrus farming in the nearby valleys. The surrounding area offers numerous trails for hiking and mountain biking, as well as campgrounds and picnic areas. The combination of summer and winter recreational opportunities makes Big Bear Lake a year-round destination. The San Gabriel Mountains is another range that partly falls within the National Forest, specifically its easternmost portion. Snow covers the higher elevations in winter, while lower areas experience hot, dry summers. The mountains are part of an active fault zone, with the San Andreas Fault running along their northern edge. The tectonic movement continues to shape the landscape, creating landslides, rockfalls, and shifting ridgelines. During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, resorts and mountain lodges were built to attract visitors escaping the summer heat. In the 1930s, the Civilian Conservation Corps built roads, fire lookouts and hiking trails to improve access to the region. Lake Arrowhead is a man-made reservoir that serves the resort community in the mountains. It was originally a natural swamp before the construction of a dam began in the early 1900s. The dam was completed in 1922, creating the lake as a water supply for nearby communities. The lake is privately owned, with access restricted to local residents and property owners. However, the surrounding forest offers public trails, campgrounds and other outdoor areas for visitors. Cape Flattery marks the northwesternmost point of the mainland, where the Pacific Ocean meets the Strait of Juan de Fuca. The waters here are known for strong currents, shifting weather and frequent fog, making navigation treacherous. It was named by British explorer James Cook in the late 18th century, who believed the area to be a promising passage along the coast. His voyage marked one of the earliest recorded European encounters with the region, and soon after, the area became a key stop for fur traders and merchants. Today, the Cape Flattery Lighthouse is automated, and the island is not open to the general public, with the Marca tribe managing access to the Cape. The Alexander Springs Recreation Area is recognised for its first magnitude spring, one of the largest and most powerful in the region. It is named after the Alexander family, who were early influential settlers in the region. The spring feeds a clear, flowing creek that eventually leads into the surrounding forest, providing a consistent flow of water to the surrounding ecosystem. Its clear waters are home to various aquatic life, while the surrounding land supports a variety of plants and animals. The recreation area also plays a role in conservation efforts, with the springs being carefully conserved to maintain water quality and the health of the ecosystem. Coral pink sand dunes. State Park features shifting sand dunes that serve as the perfect landscape for off-roading and photography. The unique colour of the sand comes from iron oxide, which gives it a distinct pinkish-orange hue, and the dunes are estimated to be between 10,000 and 15,000 years old. The dunes are constantly shifting, with some areas moving up to 50 feet per year, causing older dunes to be partially buried, while new formations emerge. Multnomah Falls, located in the Columbia River Gorge of Oregon, is one of the tallest year-round waterfalls in the region, cascading in 2 tiers. It is fed by underground springs originating from Larch Mountain, with its flow varying seasonally, peaking during winter and spring. The falls are named after the Multnomah people, a Chinookan tribe whose name means "those toward water" in their language. According to a local legend, the falls were created when a chief's daughter sacrificed herself to save her village from a plague. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, trains stopped at the falls to allow passengers to admire its beauty before continuing their journeys. More than 2 million people visit each year, making it one of the most popular natural attractions in the Pacific Northwest. Bandelier National Monument is an area of volcanic tuff cliffs consisting of soft rock that allowed ancestral Puebloans to carve over 1,000 dwellings into them between the 12th and 16th centuries. However, they were eventually abandoned, according to Spanish colonial records from the 1540s, suggesting depopulation due to drought or resource strain. Today, the National Park Service collaborates with nearby pueblos to manage cultural resources, restricting access during ceremonies and protecting its cultural remnants. Established in 1929, Grand Teton National Park covers approximately 310,000 acres in a region dominated by the Teton Range. The park is known for its dramatic landscapes, which include alpine lakes, glaciers, and forests. The Snake River flows through the park, providing habitat for wildlife and opportunities for recreational activities such as fishing and rafting. Historically, the area was used by Native Americans, but by the early 19th century, fur trappers and explorers arrived, followed by settlers. The park was established in 1929 to protect the Teton Range and surrounding landscapes, and later expanded to include much of Jackson Hole. It also includes several historic structures, such as the Mormon Row Historic District, which provide further insight into the lives of early settlers in the region. The Grand Teton Range is a prominent mountain chain located within Grand Teton National Park. It spans approximately 40 miles in length and features some of the most distinctive and rugged peaks in the region. Both the range and the park are named after Grand Teton, the residing highest peak, which rises to 13,775 feet. However, the range is relatively young in geological terms, formed only between 6 and 9 million years ago through tectonic activity. It is primarily composed of granite and other igneous rocks. The steep, jagged peaks were shaped by glacial erosion during the last ice age, which carved out U-shaped valleys. Jenny Lake is one of the most visited and recognizable features in the park, located at the base of the Teton Range. The lake is named after Jenny Lee, the Shoshone wife of Richard Beaver Dick Lee, an early settler and trapper in the area. Its clear, cold waters are fed by Cascade Creek, which originates from melting snow and ice in the Teton Range. Jackson Lake is the largest lake in Grand Teton National Park, formed by glacial activity thousands of years ago, with its basin carved out by moving ice. It is fed by the Snake River, which enters the lake from the north and exits to the south. The lake's water levels are regulated by the Jackson Lake Dam, which was constructed in 1916 to provide irrigation water for agricultural areas downstream. Due to its pristine waters, it is a popular destination for boating, fishing, and camping. Granite Falls is a waterfall located in the northern part of the park. It is situated along Granite Creek, which flows through a rugged canyon before dropping approximately 40 feet over a series of cascades. The falls are surrounded by granite rock formations and overgrown forests. It is most impressive in the spring and early summer when snowmelt increases the volume of water flowing over the falls. Holly Lake is another high alpine lake that is a popular destination for hikers and backpackers. The lake is accessible via the Holly Lake Trail, a 12.6-mile round-trip hike that is considered moderately strenuous. It is also often used as a stopping point for those hiking the Teton Crest Trail, a longer route that traverses the Teton Range. Backpackers can camp near the lake, but permits are required, and visitors must follow leave no trace principles to protect the fragile alpine environment. Within the park, the Snake River is a major waterway that flows through valleys and canyons, offering scenic views and recreational opportunities. It originates in the Yellowstone Plateau and flows southward, eventually joining the Columbia River. Rafting and kayaking are also popular activities, since the river includes both calm stretches and Class 2 to 3 rapids, offering options for beginners and experienced paddlers. Scenic float trips are another relaxing way to enjoy the river in its more tranquil areas. Its course was shaped by the movement of glaciers during the last ice age, which carved out the valleys and canyons through which the river flows. The river continues to shape the landscape through erosion and sediment deposition. Mount Shasta is a legendary snow-capped volcanic peak located in the northern part of a mountain range. It is a dormant volcano, last erupting in 1786, and it remains an active area of geological study. The mountain is part of a larger volcanic complex and is composed of 4 overlapping volcanic cones. It is also home to several glaciers, including the Whitney Glacier, which is the longest glacier in the region. These glaciers contribute to the mountain's distinctive appearance and provide a source of water for the surrounding area. To the south of Mount Shasta is Lake Shasta, the largest reservoir in California. With a capacity of about 4.5 million acre-feet of water, it can hold enough water to cover the entire state of Connecticut. The lake is renowned for its houseboat opportunities, allowing visitors to stay on the water and explore the lake's many coves and inlets. It is also a popular destination for a variety of recreational activities, including boating, fishing, water skiing, and swimming. The lake's extensive shoreline provides numerous spots for camping and picnicking. Additionally, it plays a significant role in flood control, storing water during the rainy season and releasing it gradually to prevent flooding downstream. Zoar Valley is known for its deep gorge, old-growth forests, and high cliffs cut by the Cattaraugus Creek. Famous for its natural landmarks, the valley's geology reveals Devonian-era shale and sandstone, eroded into jagged formations. The Schuylkill River is the lesser known of Philadelphia's two major rivers, flowing from Pennsylvania's coal regions about 135 miles to join the Delaware at Philadelphia. The name Schuylkill comes from Dutch settlers of the 1600s and means hidden stream, supposedly because the river's mouth was hard to spot behind Delaware's islands and marshes. Over the centuries, the Schuylkill became vital for industry as it was made navigable by the Schuylkill Canal to transport anthracite coal. However, industrial use led to heavy pollution, and the river was once even frozen solid enough for ice harvesting. By the mid-20th century, the river was choked with coal silt and waste, but cleanup efforts restored much of its health. In the 1970s, it was named Pennsylvania's first scenic river, and today its banks are lined with parkland and trails rather than factories. Lucky Peak State Park near Boise was created to provide outdoor recreation and protect the surrounding environment. Originally called Swan Falls Park, the area was renamed after a gold miner nicknamed Lucky struck a modest vein nearby. The park spans arid foothills and riverfront, once a stagecoach route plagued by bandits. Its demographic changes with the seasons, with warm months bringing boaters and swimmers, while cooler months attracting hikers and anglers. Lucky Peak Lake formed when the Boise River was dammed in the mid-20th century, submerging homesteads and indigenous fishing weirs. However, the dam has prevented major disasters by holding back excess water during heavy runoff years, controlling the lake's water levels. The structure itself is monitored regularly, as shifting water pressure can affect the land around it. Although fishing is a major attraction, stocking programs help maintain fish populations, causing some species to grow to impressive sizes. In the winter, ice fishing has also become a popular activity when conditions allow. The lake is also a destination for water sports, such as jet skiing, paddleboarding, and wakeboarding. In other areas of the lake where there are calmer waters, it is more common to see kayaking and canoeing. Whitefish Lake State Park is known for its access to a glacially formed lake and surrounding forested terrain. The lake's name refers to the mountain whitefish that populate its waters, a species historically vital to indigenous subsistence, as they use traditional fishing methods to catch them in large numbers. The surrounding state park was soon established to provide public recreation while balancing ecological preservation. Known for its rapidly changing glaciers and marine ecosystems, Glacier Bay's name reflects its ice-dominated landscape. The bay was carved by glacial retreat over centuries, with indigenous Tlingit oral histories describing ancestral villages displaced by advancing ice. Some areas that were once solid ice are now open water, while others still hold massive walls of ice that stretch for miles. In fact, some icebergs float for long distances before melting, drifting through the bay and sometimes stranding wildlife on their surfaces. At the northernmost reach of Glacier Bay, Tar Inlet is flanked by towering ice walls. Some of the largest calving events in the region have occurred here, with entire sections of ice collapsing into the sea. The inlet is also known for its strong currents, which move icebergs unpredictably. Its deep waterway extends into the park, leaving behind steep rock faces and unstable ground as it leads to Margerie Glacier. Margerie Glacier is known for its stability compared to neighbouring ice masses. Its vivid blue crevasses result from dense, compressed ice. However, wildlife often gather near the glacier, taking advantage of the nutrient-rich waters. Early pilots used the glacier's height as a navigation marker, sometimes mistaking its sheer face for a cloud bank. One of the few advancing glaciers in the region, Johns Hopkins Glacier, terminates in a steep, fractured face. While many glaciers are shrinking, this one continues to grow, pushing ice further into the bay. The ice at its base is packed with sediment, giving parts of it a darker appearance than the surrounding glaciers. Access is restricted seasonally to protect harbour seal pupping areas, as it is home to a surprisingly large seal population. The Chihuahuan Desert is North America's largest desert, with significant portions spanning southern New Mexico. It is characterized by high elevations and temperature extremes ranging from over 100 degrees Fahrenheit in summer to below freezing in winter. Today, access to certain areas still remains restricted as they are used as military testing sites, which were first established in the 1940s. The Organ Mountains rise abruptly in the desert landscape, their steep granite spires named for resembling pipe organ tubes. Created 32 million years ago by crustal stretching, the range served as a landmark for Spanish colonial trails in the 16th century. Later, lead and silver mines were opened for operation in the 1800s, with ruins of smelters and Apache defensive sites still visible. The White Sands National Monument is the largest gypsum dune field globally, formed from gypsum deposits washed down from nearby mountains. The dune field began forming 7,000 years ago, making it one of the youngest major dune systems on Earth as well. Despite the extreme summer weather, Visitors are able to sled down slopes like snow hills, though gypsum sleds move slower and require waxing. Interestingly, the sand's reflective surface also keeps it up to 30 degrees Fahrenheit cooler than darker desert sands nearby. In 1933, Herbert Hoover officially designated it a national monument. Carlsbad Caverns National Park is home to over 120 limestone caves, including the Big Room, the largest accessible cave chamber in North America. It is famous for containing rare formations like gypsum chandeliers shaped by sulfuric acid reactions. Early explorer Jim White descended using a handmade wire ladder in the 1890s, later guiding scientists to map over 30 miles of passages. The caverns were then systematically explored in the 1930s using ropes and gas lamps, revealing fossils of Ice Age species in deeper passages. They also proceeded to install a 750-foot elevator shaft, one of the longest single lift systems globally at the time. Today, guided tours descend 750 feet below ground, passing various iconic stalagmites and other formations. The Sierra Nevada is a major mountain range that has a significant role in shaping the region's climate and hydrology. The range's snowpack provides about 60% of California's water supply, feeding major rivers like the Sacramento and San Joaquin. Its dramatic landscapes, including its valleys and lakes, were shaped by glacial activity during the last ice age. The range is also historically significant for the Donner Party, a group of pioneers who faced severe hardships while crossing the Sierra Nevada in the winter of 1846 to 1847. Lake Tahoe is a large freshwater lake located in the Sierra Nevada, straddling the border between two states. The largest alpine lake in the United States by sheer volume, it is also the second deepest lake in the United States. However, the lake has no natural outlet to the ocean and instead flows into the Truckee River, which eventually evaporates or is used for irrigation. It is part of the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit, which works to protect its water quality and surrounding environment. In fact, the lake's famous blue colour is due to its depth and the purity of its water, which absorbs and scatters sunlight in a way that creates its distinctive hue. Emerald Bay is a scenic cove located on the southwestern shore of Lake Tahoe. It is known for its distinctive shape, formed by glacial activity thousands of years ago. The bay is a designated National Natural Landmark, thus protected within Emerald Bay State Park. Big Sur is a rugged stretch of coastline along California's Highway 1. The terrain is characterized by rocky cliffs, redwood forests, and open meadows. The name Big Sur is derived from the Spanish term El País Grande del Sur, meaning the big country of the south. It originally referred to the vast, relatively unexplored region south of Monterey. The area notably has no traffic lights, billboards or chain stores, preserving its remote and untouched feel. Another notable feature in Big Sur is McWay Falls. This 80-foot waterfall is unique because it flows directly onto a secluded beach along the Pacific Ocean. The waterfall is located within a state park and is accessible via a short trail. The area around McWay Falls was once part of a private estate, but it was donated to the public in the 1960s. The waterfall and its surroundings are now protected, ensuring their preservation for future generations. Cacha Catuay Tent Rocks National Monument features cone-shaped rock formations, its name deriving from the Keresan words meaning white cliffs. Historically, ancestral Puebloans used the area for temporary shelter, leaving pottery shards and tool fragments. Hence, the site is managed by the Cochiti Pueblo today, as they oversee its cultural resource protection. The Virgin River Gorge is a deep canyon along Interstate 15, carved by the Virgin River. The river has shaped the landscape over millions of years, cutting through layers of limestone, sandstone, and shale to form cliffs that rise to 500 meters above the canyon floor. Fossils of ancient marine life have been found in some of the exposed rocks of the gorge, showing that the area was once covered by an inland sea. For thousands of years, indigenous groups used the gorge as a travel route, relying on the river's resources for survival. However, the gorge can be dangerous as it is prone to flash floods, especially during heavy rain, when water levels can rise rapidly and sweep through the canyon with little warning. These are the natural wonders of the United States. Now, if you don't want to miss the most unreal wonders of Europe, check out this video.